There to be some sold calls above spot. A bit, yeah. There's some local resistance as well. Um, there's there's kind of room up into the 80s. I don't know if we'll close this high. That'd be very difficult, but um 70s kind of an interesting spot. Still a little bit of room to the upside till we get to the morning high on ES, which was 58.95.25. Big and neutral on the weekly and monthlies. Both are like 59.04. Hmm. We are up above GM right now, but you can cross GM on the weekly intraday because intraday gamma is usually, or at least can be, larger than like the rest of the gamma on the weekly contract, and so it's a little bit more dynamic. It's not like monthly GM, but monthly GM is very, very far from spot. It's very hard to close above weekly GM. That's unlikely. Take a position on MVST, small one, not big, like 1,000 shares. Just throw a little bit of money at it. It's doing okay. It's like almost up to $3 again. Tesla, Microsoft, Apple, all close to, yeah. Ooh, sneaking up. 75's got some decent resistance. So far, not much in the way of profit taking. Fed fund futures are still dropping. There's a little turnaround in correlation. How long till NVIDIA earnings? End of this month? Hmm. I haven't been watching Wolf, no. Has it been doing something interesting? Traded it a while back, which was fun, but I haven't looked at it since. Hmm. It'd be pretty easy for them to get 90. Yeah, 90 wouldn't be too hard. I think some of this is like a little bit of a rescue mission on ES. Also, massive outperformance in NQ. Which makes me want to take a look at this and see where GM is. So QQQ hits Vega neutral at 513. That's above Gamma Max as well. But I think a lot of this is just being driven by tech. However, 1 month dispersion is not really keeping up with the move to the upside. Carry leverage is rising, but so is the forward yield on vol. That's kind of interesting. Dollar and yields are diverging. $5,900 test, yes, is probably kind of important. I don't see the same wick on ES on the, maybe that was just MES. Yeah. MES had a weird upside wick, but ES didn't. Curious. I mean, PPI and CPI are pretty separate. I would say PPI has a better chance of beating to the upside, given where the effects of tariffs are most are going to be felt the most. Oh, sorry. Yeah, FSLR is moving. VNM and VNW are in agreement. Hardwall. Mm, VN's not really a hard wall. It just changes the hedging dynamics. I feel like Gamma Max is far more interesting. Also, probably fairly unlikely to test VM. And short Tesla. Probably not yet. We're just not going to have any pullbacks today. We'll probably run into some resistance eventually. But, I mean, buying strong currently. Mm. One sec. Finally got a rejection, although not much of one so far. Let's see. Some put buying to the downside, 75.70. Some profit taking on out of the money calls. Remember the MM is long a lot of puts here. It's getting very exuberant. No? I mean, I don't know. Sure. I would say we kind of tapped the potential high for the intraday price action. Very close to it, at least. There's enough buying going on that, like, GM is shifting up. Soft landing would have been before the market went down 20%. 75, 75.80 look like fairly important supports here. It means, like, if you get above Vega neutral, it basically means all the puts to the downside are sold. So the MM is long all the puts. Which means if price drops, they dump delta. So it kind of puts you in a position similar to the one you would be in under delta neutral. Zero DT call credit spreads. Where are you thinking? I feel like if zero DT call buying ramps up here, we could still get out to like 59.05 or 59.10. It'll be really hard to get above 5,900, but it's not impossible. So there's a range of risk there. Mix is getting back to a bit more normal of a place, though. I think in the money positioning is probably taking profits pretty heavily here. But 70, 75, 80 are very important. That doesn't mean we're going to get support there. getting back to 50 either. Both of those sound kind of extreme. UNH has been falling pretty hard, yeah. Part of that is the market rallying, though, and people dumping their long positions in UNH to pick up higher risk, high growth asset. Some of that. Uh, some of that's also Trump's pharmacy pricing executive order, or pharma pricing executive order. UNH surprise fired their CEO this AM. Man, those guys are having a hard time staying alive. There's also been a lot of like backlash, I think, about like the Mangione case. No, I saw the 30-year JGB come in at 2.9. That was very interesting. You still in CPB? No. I did hold through most of 2023 though, and 24, but I'm not in it anymore. I don't remember when I got out. I think it was like October last year. What do you want to go down? We're hung up on support at 90 here. If if we break this, we could drop to like 70, 80 or 75. But we'd have to lose 75 to see any kind of serious downside. I do believe that there is a... There was some... I thought there was supposed to be some sort of press conference today, but maybe I'm wrong. I thought that was going to be a Trump Saudi thing. It already happened. Okay. Fed speakers today. Redbook came in a lot lower. Total household debt comes out at 11. And then there's a 52-week auction at 11:30. Nice. Pushing down into support finally. Getting away from the 90 strike. Uh, They will crash stocks to crash yields. Yeah, they'll probably have to. Yeah, I mean, literally all Trump has to say right now is negotiations in China aren't going well. Market down 500 fucking points. I mean, it's not really that complicated. I'm not making bribery specifically legal as long as they're referred to as liberation quid pro quos. Everyone loves state sanctioned bribery. Mm. So a little bit of support at 77. Failed to fill the upside gap at 85. That's kind of interesting. Um, Still some bot puts to the downside to about 70. There's a synthetic long at gamma max. Well, just above gamma max, which is probably what's supporting a lot of this upside move. It's a big one. Hmm. NVIDIA sending 18,000 of its top AI chips to Saudi Arabia. I mean China. No, I mean Saudi Arabia. What? Hmm. Hmm. 90s resistance. Lower high. Let's fucking go. Maybe. Mm. Mm. MQ still looks really strong. And just broke above resistance again. We could technically do 59.10 or even 59.15 on SPX. Thank you so much, Cobra. Geos rocks my go. Is this buying on the underlying of what? I mean, no, this is big push in tech with the rest of the indexes kind of drawing back. But I mean, tech's so heavily weighted. We left a gap back at 58.80, and 75 is a little less supportive now, which is interesting. There's still some bot puts to the downside. GS will keep me coming back. I'm so fucking good at trading now. I don't have emotions. I just look at what's going on. It's a whole new world. I'm glad to hear it, man. Hmm. Carvana's gonna hit 300 at this rate. Probably. Yeah, I mean, their payment in kind is still going to end. I don't see the gap at 80. It's like right here. 80, 62 to 70. Then my straddles at the high of the day for a nice net profit. Geo showed me where target resistance was, made it easy. Hashtag thanks Gamma Strike. Nice, man. I'm always wrong, even using GS. Something is wrong with my mindset, and I'm wrong too much. Hmm. Interesting. I mean, that kind of makes it sound like you're trading off of emotion, um, rather than trading like what's in front of you, which is tricky. Puts you in a bit of a dangerous situation. Hmm. To best handle that, it's tough. I wonder if sociopaths are good traders. Yeah. Whichever one doesn't feel anything. I mean, that probably helps with emotional regulation. I don't know if it does much else, though. I don't think you're that bad of a trader. I think you just get greedy sometimes. All right, fine. A bunch of times. But still, I mean, it's you're pretty good at making money. You've got the money making part down. You've just got to get the don't lose money part down. Mm. HBM's been on an absolute tear. Yeah, copper's been doing pretty well. It's kind of interesting that gold is up on the falling dollar again today. 60% profit on money traded good. Yeah, that's solid. It's gonna be one of those GM plus 10% days. Closing above GM is very rare. You can go look historically. We could, but I mean, it would be unlikely. Is GM still 58.50? Yeah. Hmm. Can you take a look at DBN options chain for the next few weeks? I was planning on selling CCs around 37.50, but with everything on the rise, I'm a little hesitant. Yeah, that sounds risky. Oops, hold on. DBN's starting to look pretty good, actually. Um, let's see. What are you thinking, like next OPEX or end of month? Doesn't look like there's a ton of interest to the upside end of month. There's basically no delta above 35. If you go further out, there's quite a lot, but into the end of the month, not a shitload. I don't know what DBN's trading at right now, though. Oh wait, yeah, I do. 34, pushing up into the 35. Mm. Yeah, I mean it would need to get above 38 to break out again, and right now it's gonna be quite hard for it to do that. So, uh, I mean, 37.50 doesn't seem like a bad strike. Definitely safer than 35. I thought DVNCC's bad because of dividend. I think he's like a little underwater. But yeah, I mean, they're not great because of the dividend. They can be okay. Volatility on it's pretty low right now, though. Microsoft laying off as many as 6,800 employees. That's super bullish. Is this live? Oh, it is. Is this from this morning? There's no fucking audio.
Here in this spot, the Journey of Transformation Saudi Vision 2030 Gallery. It's a forward-looking space that brings to life the kingdom's national transformation. Here we see a full scoop of Saudi Vision 2030, innovation at scale, economic diversification, flourishing tourism, and expansive opportunities to explore. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, and the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald Trump.
Is this a Marvel movie?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, and the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, it's truly an honor to welcome you all to the Saudi-US Investment Forum here in the vibrant capital of Riyadh. I'm Mohammed Dakhil, a Saudi journalist and TV presenter, and it's my great pleasure to be here with you today as we experience a living expression of one of the most influential bilateral relationships in the modern world, the strategic partnership between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States of America. And today, here in this room, it manifests in a very tangible, dynamic form with 140 distinguished global speakers, 2,500 delegates in attendance with us today, 15 pivotal panel discussions and focused dialogues across very critical sectors. And at the center of this momentum are the strategic, economic, partnership agreements. Signed today, we're talking about 145 investment agreements totaling more than 300 billion US dollars. What a momentum, what a moment. Yes.
WeBull.
Oh yes, this is really energetic. And we have with us the business leaders representing the Strategic Economic Partnership Agreements. To commemorate this moment, I'm deeply honored to welcome His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, and the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald J. Trump. Welcome. Please join the business leaders representing the Strategic Economic Partnership Agreements for a memorable photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, a big
Well, that cut out.
and determination shared by two nations to move forward together. As you can see, the leaders at the center of this frame shaping the next phase of prosperity for both nations, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States of America. And now, distinguished guests, I'm deeply and truly honored to welcome His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, to deliver his speech. Welcome, Your Royal Highness. The stage is yours. What a moment. What a moment. What a moment.
فخامة الرئيس دونالد ترامب، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم اليوم في المملكة العربية السعودية في المنتدى الاستثماري السعودي الأمريكي، حيث تجمع بلدينا صديقين علاقة اقتصادية عميقة بدأت قبل 92 عام، وتحديدا في عام 1933 بتوقيع اتفاقية امتياز التنقيب عن النفط في المملكة مع شركة ستاندرد أويل أوف كاليفورنيا. ونجتمع اليوم لتعميق هذه الشراكة الاستراتيجية في مراحلها المختلفة، من اقتصاد قائم على الموارد الطبيعية إلى اقتصاد مبني على تنويع مصادر الدخل والمعرفة والابتكار. لقد كانت الاستثمارات المشتركة إحدى أهم الركائز في علاقاتنا الاقتصادية، والاقتصاد السعودي حالياً أكبر اقتصاد في المنطقة وأكبر شريك اقتصادي للولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في المنطقة، ومن أسرع الاقتصادات نمواً بين مجموعة ال20. وقد انعكست متانة العلاقات الاقتصادية بين بلدينا على نمو تبادل تجاري إذ بلغ 500 مليار دولار خلال عام 2013 إلى 2024. واليوم نعمل على فرص شراكة بحجم 600 مليار دولار، من بينها اتفاقيات تزيد عن 300 مليار دولار تم الإعلان عنها خلال هذا المنتدى. وسنعمل خلال الأشهر القادمة على المرحلة الثانية لإتمام بقية الاتفاقيات لرفعها إلى تريليون دولار. وتمثل هذه الشراكة المتنامية امتدادا للتعاون في المجالات العسكرية والأمنية والاقتصادية والتقنية، بما يعزز المنافع المتبادلة ويدعم فرص العمل في المملكة ويسهم في توطين الصناعة وتنمية المحتوى المحلي ونمو الناتج المحلي.
There's no translation.
صندوق الاستثمارات العامة، حيث تستحوذ نحو 40% من الاستثمارات العالمية، مما يعكس على ثقة قدرات الاقتصاد الأمريكي على الابتكار، خصوصا في القطاعات الواعدة مثل التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي، بما يسهم في نقل المعرفة وتبادل الخبرات. ويبلغ عدد الشركات الأمريكية العاملة والمستثمرة في المملكة العربية السعودية 1300 شركة، تمثل ما يقارب ربع حجم الاستثمار الأجنبي في المملكة، منها 200 شركة اتخذت من المملكة مقرها الإقليمي في المنطقة. لقد استطاعت رؤية 2030 أن تحقق معظم مستهدفاتها وتحدث تحولا اقتصاديا غير مسبوقا يهدف إلى تنويع الاقتصاد وتمكين القطاع الخاص ليكون محرك رئيسي للنمو في أكبر اقتصاد في المنطقة. وقد ارتفعت صادرات المملكة غير نفطية إلى 82 مليار دولار في عام 2024، كما تم توظيف أكثر من 2,400,000 مواطن ومواطنة، وانخفضت نسبة البطالة إلى أدنى مستوى لها تاريخيا مع تضاعف إسهام المرأة في سوق العمل. ختاما، إنني يا فخامة الرئيس على ثقة أننا اليوم نواصل البناء معكم ومستندين إلى أسس الشراكة الوثيقة من بلدينا، وما وقعنا عليه اليوم هو جزء من طموح أكبر يستثمر فرص التعاون وتبادل المنافع بيننا. فخامة الرئيس، أن عملنا المشترك لا يقتصر على التعاون الاقتصادي، وإنما يمتد إلى العمل على إحلال الأمن والسلام في المنطقة والعالم. مجددا ترحيبي بفخامتكم في المملكة العربية السعودية، ونتطلع الآن للاستماع لكلمة فخامتكم. شكرا.
Oh.
You need to go.
Listen to that shit. Filmed in front of a live studio audience. I just want us to suck a little less. He's just gonna stand there through the whole song, yeah. They're gonna play all like 4 minutes of it. Jesus. Oh, he's finally talking.
And the Saudi people is really unsurpassed, no matter where you go. Let me also thank the countless ministers, government officials, business leaders, and distinguished guests for that warm welcome. Very warm, and I know so many of you. I'd like to call out all of your names, but we have a lot of problems. We'd be here for a long time. We don't want that, so don't be upset. With this historic state visit, we celebrate more than 80 years of close partnership between the United States and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Ever since President Franklin Roosevelt met with King Solomon's father, King Abdul Aziz, aboard the USS Quincy in 1945, the U.S.-Saudi relationship has been a bedrock of security and prosperity. Today, we reaffirm this important bond, and we take the next steps to make our relationship closer, stronger, and more powerful than ever before. It is more powerful than ever before. And by the way, it will remain that way. We don't go in and out like other people. It will remain that way. I've come this afternoon to talk about the bright future of the Middle East, but first let me begin by sharing the abundance of good news from a place called America. In less than 4 months, our new administration has achieved more than most other administrations accomplish in 4 years or even 8 years. We've actually done, for the most part, more. The day I took office, we inherited, thank you. Thank you. The day I took office, we inherited a colossal invasion on our southern border, an invasion like you'd never want to see here. Nobody should ever want to see it. But within weeks, we slashed illegal border crossings to an all-time low, down 99.999%. That's good, even for this great gentleman standing right in front of me. That's a good number. We had hundreds of thousands of people. They came in at the same time last year, and last month we had, in this massive border, 3 people that got in.
We talk about how
That's
we're
quite
looking
a
positionally.
difference.
There's still calls
And
bought
we
up
have no
to
choice
the
but to get
upside
a lot of the
around
people that came in, because they were not the best people. They were, in many cases, very bad people. We're getting them out. We're getting
like
them out
59,
very fast. We're bringing them back to where
5905.
they came from.
Still calls
We have
above
no
that.
choice. After years of military recruiting shortfalls, enlistments in the U.S. Armed Forces are now the highest in 30 years because there is such an incredible spirit in the United States of America. We have tremendous spirit again. Just about a year ago, it was a big story, front page on every paper all over the world, that nobody wanted to enlist in our military, meaning we were way under enlisted. And just last week it came out that we had the strongest enlistment. They say 30 years, but probably it's maybe ever. They don't go back that far. It's the best, and that includes police officers, firemen, everything else. Is a great spirit in the United States right now. A brand new poll from Rasmussen just showed that the number of Americans who believe the nation is on the right track, they have a right track, wrong track, is now the highest in over 20 years. And it hasn't been anything like this because for many years it was the wrong track. And I can tell you for the last 4 years it was definitely the wrong track, but it's the highest it's been in many, many years. We renamed the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America. That was very popular, other than perhaps with Mexico. And most importantly, for the people in this room, the days of economic misery under the last administration are rapidly giving way to the greatest economy in the history of the world. We are rocking. The United States is the hottest country, with the exception of your country, I have to say, right? I'm not going to take that on. No, Mohammed, I'm not going to take that on. Wouldn't that be a terrible thing if I made that full statement? But I will not do it. You're hotter. At least as long as I'm up here, you're hotter. But groceries, gasoline, energy, and all other prices are down with no inflation. We have no inflation, and in a few short weeks, we've created 464,000 brand new jobs. Think of that. It's almost 500,000 jobs created just in a matter of weeks. We just reached a historic trade agreement with the United Kingdom, and over the weekend we reached a breakthrough agreement with China. Both outstanding deals. China's agreed. We have to get it down. We have to get the little details down. And Scott, you're going to work on that very hard, but China's agreed to open up to the United States for trade and everything else. But they have to do it, so we'll see what happens. But we had a very, very good meeting with both of those countries. We are cutting 10 old regulations for every new regulation. We're getting rid of all of the red tape that is so many, frankly, countries, as they get older, they develop a lot of red tape, and we're getting rid of it. We're getting rid of it at record levels. And I'm pleased to report that the United States Congress is on the verge of passing the largest tax cut and regulation cut in American history. We think we're in good shape to get that. And if we get that, that will be like a rocket ship for our country. In the first quarter of the year, the investment in America was up an astounding 22%. More than $10 trillion of new investments have been announced or are coming just since the election on November 5th. So think of that. In a very short period of time, we have over $10 trillion, and it could be much higher than that. Not everybody comes to the White House to have a news conference that they're going to be opening up in America, but they're all coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. If you take a look at other presidencies, they wouldn't do $1 trillion sometime in years. We did this in essentially 2 months because you have to say we got into office and they gave me about a month to clean up and fix up the Oval Office, and after that we started working. And the money is pouring in, the jobs are pouring in, the companies are pouring into our country like we've never seen before. There's never been anything like it. And we let other people tariff us into losing a lot of money and a lot of jobs, and now we're tariffing them, and it's at a level that nobody's seen. It's a level that is making us a very much different country and a very different Republican Party. We won a tremendous victory in November. We won all 7 swing states, the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. The Electoral College, we won by 312 to 226. Remember, they said, well, we could get to 270.
Can confirm jobs are not pouring in.
Very importantly,
There's some puts being bought
at
at 5,900 here.
2,660 to 451. That's why when you look at a map, they're all red. It's all, the whole country is red. Red stands for Republican. From the moment on and from the moment we started, we've seen wealth that just poured and is pouring back into America. Apple is investing $500 billion. NVIDIA is investing, and I see my friend is here, Jensen. That's very good, wherever you may be. I thank you very much, because he's putting in $500 billion. TSMC is investing. Where is Jensen, by the way? Where is he? He's standing here. Where is he? I just saw that. Thank you very much, Jensen. I mean, Tim Cook isn't here, but you are. What a job you've done. He said he's got 99% of the chip market. I don't know. That's a big, that's not easy to beat. But what a job you've done. Thank you. We are proud to have you in our country. You know that. Thank you for the investment. TSMC is investing $200 billion, and with this trip, we're adding over $1 trillion more in terms of investment into our country and buying our products. And you know, nobody makes military equipment like us. We have the best military equipment, the best missiles, the best rockets, the best everything. Best submarines, by the way. Most lethal weapon in the world. In addition to purchases of $142 billion of American-made military equipment by our great Saudi partners, the largest ever. This week there are multi-billion-dollar commercial deals with Amazon, Oracle, AMD. They're all here. Uber, Qualcomm, Johnson & Johnson, and many, many more. So I want to congratulate everybody. So many great business executives, many of you, most of you I know. And they're coming in, you know, about a month ago. They weren't that happy when they saw me. And now they're saying, sir, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much. It's amazing what a rising market will do. Oh, it's going to get a lot higher. In fact, I told people
5,900.
5 weeks ago, this is a great time to buy. I got criticized for that. Now they don't criticize me anymore. People should have listened. But it's going to go a lot higher. You see, we've never had anything like this happen. It's an explosion of investment and jobs, and great companies are coming in. Never seen anything like it. There's no better place to make a future or make a fortune, do anything, frankly, than what we have in the United States of America under a certain president, Donald J. Trump. I have the right attitude. I have the same attitude that the people in the front row, second row, third row have. As you get back, perhaps they start to wane a little bit in terms of their view. But they understand, and we're doing what a lot of smart people would do. And we're not necessarily being politically correct. You saw what we did yesterday with health care. We've cut our health care by 50 to 90%. You're going to see drugs and pharmaceuticals come down at numbers that nobody has ever seen. And drugs, pharmaceuticals, we think will be dropping. And it will be a redistribution of costs with other nations, which really took advantage of a very nice group of people that ran our country. But not only is this a time of incredible excitement in the United States, it's also an exhilarating period right here in the Arabian Peninsula. Beautiful place.
We probably are. It's just very rare.
Exactly. Thank you. Exactly 8 years ago this month, I stood in this very room.
If you look back historically, I think only
the nations of this region would drive the forces of terrorism and extremism, drive them right out of existence, and take your place among the proudest, most prosperous, most successful nations anywhere in the world as leaders of a modern and rising
maybe
Middle East.
this is
So
the only
exciting.
close
So
above.
exciting. Mohammed, you sleep at night? How do you sleep?
44.95. Yeah. November 14th and 23, and then maybe once back here.
What a job. He tosses and turns
44.
like some of us.
Yeah.
Tosses and turns all night. How do I
June
make it even
15th,
better all
23.
night? It's the ones that don't toss and turn. They're the ones that will never take you to the promised land, won't they? But you have done some job.
It's exceedingly uncommon. Not impossible, but very, very rare.
Critics doubted that it was possible what you've done, but over the past 8 years, Saudi Arabia has proved the critics totally wrong. The transformation that has occurred even by these incredible business leaders. I mean, you had the biggest leaders in business anywhere in the world standing right before us. But the transformation that has occurred under the leadership of King Salman.
He just went there to get his jet.
Mohammed has been truly extraordinary. Such a thing has, I don't think, ever happened before. I've never seen anything at that scale happen before. And I guess, you know, maybe you could say the United States is doing pretty well too, you know, but I don't think too many people have seen that happen.
I know his
before.
jets in Qatar.
Majestic skyscrapers, the towers that I see, the difference between now and 8 years ago. And 8 years ago was very impressive, but the towers that I see rising.
Does he think Dan Quayle owns Qualcomm?
Mohammed, if what I've seen there is just an amazing, it's an amazing process, amazing genius.
I want a jet. You know, the best path to that, Kigo, is just gobbling the knobs of billionaires.
Happens to be sitting right in this room right before me, but the towers and all of the different, I've seen a lot of different towers. I didn't think there's any.
You have the same version.
That I haven't seen in one form or another. I just passed 4 exhibits. I have never seen anything like any of them. So it's going to be very exciting. And they sit among the ancient wonders of a growing and
I just need a
exciting
car.
city.
Is
It's
there a
really
more
amazing.
attractive path to that?
Riyadh is
Yeah,
becoming
yeah.
not just a
You can just
seat
go to a
of government,
dealership and get one.
but a major business, cultural, and high-tech capital of the
Does no one
entire
have a
world.
concern that
The
Qatar
World
is
Cup
going to sabotage
is
that
here.
jet?
Johnny, just stand up.
I'm not worried about that.
Johnny, thank you, Johnny.
Is that a concern for you?
Great job, Johnny, great job. But the World Cup and the World Expo will soon be coming here, just like the World Cup is coming to the United States. It's going to be really exciting next year. The engines of Formula One racing.
If Trump
now
dies in a
walk
jet
through
crash,
the
does the
streets of
SPX
Jeddah
pump or dump?
in a
Pump.
historic milestone. Other industries recently surpassed oil. Think of it. All of your other industries now have surpassed oil.
Do you think
don't know a
Qatar is
lot of
really
people
going to
will
sabotage the president's
understand what
jet?
that means. It's so big to make up a majority of the
$400
Saudi
million
economy for the
to
very
take out a
first time
president?
ever. So
You don't think
of that.
that's
Other
absolutely
industries are
fucking
now bigger
ridiculous?
even than
Go
oil,
fuck
which is
yourself,
always gonna
Poopy.
be a big monster. It's a big one, but that's a great tribute to you and economic development properly used. In other cities throughout the peninsula, places like
It is a
Dubai,
Boeing.
Abu
That's a whole
Dhabi,
nother issue.
Doha, Muscat. The transformations have been unbelievably remarkable. Before our eyes, a new generation
That's
of
irrelevant.
leaders
Stop
is
saying dipshit
transcending the
things.
ancient conflicts
It's
of
annoying.
tired divisions of the past and forging a future where the Middle East is defined
I
by
don't have a party
commerce, not
affiliation.
chaos,
I hate the
where
Democrats
it
too.
exports technology, not terrorism, and where people of different nations, religions, and creeds are building cities together, not bombing each other out of existence. We don't want that.
Why'd the
And
sudden
it's
drop?
crucial for
Just
the
rejected at
wider world to
5,900.
note this great transformation has not come from Western interventionalists or flying people in beautiful planes giving you lectures on how to live and how to govern your own affairs. No, the gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders, neocons, or liberal nonprofits like
Why is Musk
those who
there?
spent
To show off
trillions and
his sex
trillions of
robots.
dollars failing to develop
No problem, Jim. I'll tell you
Cabal,
what. We've watched some
Baghdad,
crazy
so
Trump
many
speeches
other
in here, but this
cities.
one might be the
Instead,
most
the birth
bizarre.
of a modern Middle East has been brought by the people of the region themselves, the people that are right here, the people that have lived here all their lives, developing your own sovereign countries, pursuing your own unique visions, and charting your own destinies in your own way. It's really incredible what you've done. In the end, the so-called nation builders wrecked far more nations than they built, and the interventionists were intervening in complex societies that they did not even understand themselves. They told you how to do it, but they had no idea how to do it themselves. Peace, prosperity, and progress ultimately came not from a radical rejection of your heritage, but rather from embracing your national traditions and embracing that same heritage that you love so dearly. And it's something only you could do. You achieved a modern miracle, the Arabian way. That's a good way. Today, the Gulf nations have shown this entire region a path towards safe and orderly societies with improving quality of life, flourishing economic growth, expanding personal freedoms, and increasing responsibilities on the world stage. After so many decades of conflict, finally it is within our grasp to reach the future that generations before us could only dream about, a land of peace, safety, harmony, opportunity, innovation, and achievement right here in the Middle East. So beautiful. It's such a beautiful thing that's happening. I guess, you know, the people that are here can't even really appreciate it because you see it happening, and it's when you come to a place that you haven't seen in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years that it's even more incredible. When I left office just over 4 years ago, that future seemed almost impossible, what you've done. Together we had obliterated the killers of ISIS. We wiped them out, terminated its founder and leader, al-Baghdadi. We had healed the divide in the Gulf Cooperation Council. It's a very big deal. And united the nations of the region to stand against the enemies of all civilization. We'd imposed unprecedented sanctions on Iran and starved the regime of resources to fund terror. They were unable to fund anything because they had no money left. They had no money. But the new administration came in and let them have a lot of money, and you saw what happened. It was not money well spent. And with the historic Abraham Accords that we're so proud of, all the momentum was aimed at peace, and it aimed very successfully. It's been an amazing thing, the Abraham Accords, and it's my fervent hope, wish, and even my dream that
When Gherkin on SPX Magic Carpet Ride, can Cutter show you the world, shining, shimmering gold? Tell me, Dillness, when will you let the Bears decide? A whole pump world? Cheers. Thank you so much, Joshy boy. I too love Aladdin.
It's really going to be very important for the future of the Middle East. I took a risk in doing them, and they've been an absolute bonanza for the countries that have joined. The Biden administration did nothing for 4 years. We would have had it filled out. But it will be a special day in the Middle East with the whole world watching when Saudi Arabia joins us. And you'll be greatly honoring me, and you'll be greatly honoring all of those people that have fought so hard for the Middle East. And I really think it's going to be something special. But you'll do it in your own time, and that's what I want, and that's what you want, and that's the way it's going to be. When I left office, the only thing still standing between this region and its unbelievable potential was a small group of rogue actors and violent thugs seeking constantly to drag the Middle East backward and into havoc, mayhem, and indeed into war. Unfortunately, instead of confronting these destructive forces, the last U.S. administration chose to enrich them and empower them and give them billions and billions of dollars. The Biden administration, the worst administration in the history of our country, by the way, spurned our most trusted and longstanding Gulf partners, and I can say partners worldwide, one of our great, great partners, no matter who we look to, and we have great partners in the world.
Is Basant there?
But we have none stronger and nobody like the gentleman that's right before me. He's your greatest representative, greatest representative.
He's so salty he lost to Biden. It's hilarious.
I'd get out of here so fast.
He's a petty man. He always has been.
I do. I like him a lot. I like him too much. That's why we give so much, you know? Too much. I like you too much. Great guy. They lifted sanctions on Iran in exchange for getting nothing, and sent the regime tens of billions of dollars to fund terror and death all over the world. And they laughed at him. They laughed at our leader. And they're still laughing at our leader. They thought him a fool. And they made nothing but trouble ever since, including the funding of October 7th, one of the worst days ever in the history of the Middle East. Horrible day. Biden removed the Houthis from the list of foreign terrorist organizations, even while missiles and drones were being launched right here at your beautiful city of Riyadh, and launched at ships if they happened to be sailing in the wrong location. The Biden administration's extreme weakness and gross incompetence derailed progress toward peace, destabilized the region, and put at risk everything we had worked so hard to build together. And when you think of the great achievements that you've made, to do it in light of a pretty hostile administration, an administration that was not a believer, it makes your achievements even greater. Makes them even greater, you know that. But in a few short months since taking office, we have achieved the swift return of American strength at home and abroad, now working with the vast majority of people in this region who seek stability and calm. Our task is to unify against the few agents of chaos and terror that are left and that are holding hostage the dreams.
Ooh, 75 supports shittier now.
The biggest and most destructive of these forces is the regime in Iran, which has caused unthinkable suffering in Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, Iraq, Yemen, and beyond. There could be no sharper contrast with the path you have pursued on the Arabian Peninsula than the disaster unfolding right across in the Gulf of Iran. Think of that. They wanted to name it that. I said, they're not going to let them do that. Do you mind if I stop that? I stopped it. We're not going to let that happen. While you have been constructing the world's tallest skyscrapers in Jeddah and Dubai, Tehran's 1979 landmarks are collapsing into rubble and dust. They had it going for a little while under a much different system, but those buildings are largely falling apart, falling down, while you're building some of the world's biggest and most incredible infrastructure projects. Buildings, all sorts of things you're building that nobody's ever even seen before. Iran's decades of neglect and mismanagement have left the country plagued by rolling blackouts lasting for hours a day. All the time you hear about it. While your skill has turned dry deserts into fertile farmland, Iran's leaders have managed to turn green farmland into dry deserts as their corrupt water mafia, it's called it the water mafia, causes droughts and empty riverbeds. They get rich, but they don't let the people have any of it. And then, of course, there's the key difference at the root of it all. While the Arab states have focused on becoming pillars of regional stability and world commerce, Iran's leaders have focused on stealing their people's wealth to fund terror and bloodshed abroad. Most tragic of all, they have dragged down an entire region with them. Countless lives were lost in the Iranian effort to maintain a crumbling regime in Syria. Look at what happened with Syria. In Lebanon, their Hezbollah proxies have pillaged the hopes of a nation whose capital, Beirut, was once called the Paris of the Middle East. Can you imagine? All of this misery and so much more was entirely avoidable, absolutely avoidable. And Mohammed knew that. He knew that. Smart people knew that. If only the Iranian regime had focused on building their nation up instead of tearing the region down. Yet I'm here today not merely to condemn the past chaos of Iran's leaders.
Still a gap back
but to
at
offer them a new
58.80.
path and a much better path toward a far better and more hopeful future. As I've shown repeatedly, I am willing to end past conflicts and forge new partnerships for a better and more stable world, even if our differences may be very profound, which obviously they are in the case of Iran. I have never believed in having permanent enemies. I am different than a lot of people think. I don't like permanent enemies, but sometimes you need enemies to do the job, and you have to do it right. Enemies get you motivated. In fact, some of the closest friends of the United States of America are nations we fought wars against in generations past, and now they're our friends and our allies. I want to make a deal with Iran. If I can make a deal with Iran, I'll be very happy if we're going to make your region and the world a safer place. But if Iran's leadership rejects this olive branch and continues to attack their neighbors, then we will have no choice but to inflict massive maximum pressure, drive Iranian oil exports to zero like I did before. If you know that, they were
He's just
virtually
freeballing it.
bankrupt country because of what I did. They had no money for terror. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, and take all action required to stop the regime from ever having a nuclear weapon. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. But with that said, Iran can have a much brighter future, but will never allow America and its allies to be threatened with terrorism or nuclear attack. The choice is theirs to make. We really want them to be a successful country. We want them to be a wonderful, safe, great country. But they cannot have a nuclear weapon. This is an offer that will not last forever. The time is right now for them to choose. Right now, we don't have a lot of time to wait. Things are happening at a very fast pace. They're happening right here. They're happening at a very fast pace. So they have to make their move right now, one way or the other. Make your move. As I said in my inaugural address, my greatest hope is to be a peacemaker and to be a unifier. I don't like war. We have the greatest military, by the way, in the history of the world. You know, I rebuilt our military in my first 4 years and rebuilt it into the most powerful military there is. And you saw that when I knocked out ISIS in 3 weeks. People said it would take 4 years, 5 years. I did it. We did it in 3 weeks. Just days ago, my administration successfully brokered a historic ceasefire to stop the escalating violence between India and Pakistan. And I used trade to a large extent to do it. I said, fellas, come on, let's make a deal. Let's do some trading. Let's not trade nuclear missiles. Let's trade the things that you make so beautifully. And they both have very powerful leaders, very strong leaders, good leaders, smart leaders. And it all stopped. Hopefully it'll remain that way, but it all stopped. I was very proud of Marco Rubio and all of the people that worked so hard. Marco, stand up. What a great job you did on that. Thank you, J.D. Vance, Marco. The whole group worked with you, but it was a great job. And I think they're actually getting along. Maybe we can even get them together a little bit, Marco, where they go out and have a nice dinner together. Wouldn't that be nice? But we've come a long way, and it's could be, you know, millions of people could have died from that conflict that started off small and was getting bigger and bigger and bigger by the day. I've also been working relentlessly to end the terrible bloodshed between Russia and Ukraine, and very importantly, talks are being held in Turkey later this week, probably on Thursday, and they could produce some pretty good results. Our people are going to be going there. Marco's going to be going there. Others are going to be going, and we'll see if we can get it done. 5,000 people, young people for the most part, soldiers from Ukraine, soldiers from Russia. They're not from here and they're not from the United States, but they're souls. They're souls. I think usually, mostly, they're young, beautiful souls that left their parents waving goodbye, left their brothers and sisters. Goodbye, I'll see you soon. And they got blown to pieces. 5,000 on average a week are dying. And people are dying elsewhere in the region, but tremendous numbers like we haven't seen since World War II are dying. And I want to stop it. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. Would have never happened if I were president. That's a war that would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened if I were president, because Iran had no money to pay Hamas or anybody else. They had no money. They were not looking to take care of them. They had to take care of themselves. They had no money. We stopped their oil effectively with the embargoes and sanctions. But let me take this opportunity to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the constructive role that you've played in facilitating the Ukraine talks. And it really is, you've been amazing. You've made everything available to us. Thank you very much. Thank you. And if we get that settled, we'll pay a special tribute to what you've done. You really did lay a great groundwork. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The West should not be dragging itself backward into another endless war in Europe, yet another endless war. We should stop the killing and work together to address the biggest long-term threats as one unbeatable team. Think of us as an unbeatable team. I mean, when you look at what you've done here, that's much more difficult than stopping
Need to lose
stupidity.
85
Think of it.
here.
It's stupidity. What you've done is much
We
more
can slide a
difficult,
bit
and you
further.
did it better than anybody else has ever done it. As president of the
There's
United
still some
States,
bot puts down at 80, 75, and 70.
my preference will
Someone's
always
buying
be
some
for
puts out at
peace
50,
and partnership.
so collapsing
Whenever
the
those outcomes can be achieved,
synthetic
always,
long.
it's always going to be that way. Only a fool would think otherwise. In recent years, far too many American presidents have been afflicted with the notion that it's our job to look into the souls of foreign leaders and use U.S. policy to dispense justice for their sins. They loved using our very powerful military, and now it's really the most powerful it's ever been. We just are getting a budget approved, $1 trillion, highest budget we've ever had in history for military, $1 trillion. And we're getting the greatest missiles, the greatest weapons. And, you know, I hate to do it, but you have to do it because we believe in peace through strength. You have to have the strength, otherwise bad things could happen. But hopefully we'll never have to use any of those weapons. Seems to be an awfully big waste of money if you're never going to use them, but hopefully we'll never have to use them because the destructive power of some of those weapons are like nobody's seen before. I believe it is God's job to sit in judgment, my job to defend America and to promote the fundamental interest of stability, prosperity, and peace. That's what I really want to do. I will never hesitate to wield American power if it's necessary to defend the United States or to help defend our allies. And there will be no mercy for any foe who tries to do us or them harm. We will have no mercy. They understand that. That's why I've been pretty lucky. A lot of people think, you know, he's looking to fight. He's looking to fight, and things get settled. It's an amazing thing when they really think you mean it. But we do. We have the greatest military, the strongest military, stronger than any. Nobody's even close. We have the best weapons in the world. But we don't want to use them. If you threaten America or our partners, however, then you'll be faced with overwhelming strength and devastating force. We have things that you don't even know about, you don't hear about, and if you did, you'd say, wow. In recent weeks following repeated attacks on American ships and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea, the United States military launched more than 1,100 strikes on the Houthis in Yemen. As a result, the Houthis agreed to stop. They said, we don't want this anymore. It's the first time you've heard that from them, too. They're tough. They're fighters. But just days ago, we were asked to cease targeting commercial. They were not going to be targeting commercial ships in any way, shape, or form, or anything American. And they were very happy that we stopped. But we had 52 days of thunder and lightning like they've never seen before. This was a swift, ferocious, decisive, and extremely successful use of military force. Not that we wanted to do it, but they were shooting down ships. They were shooting at you. They were shooting at Saudi Arabia. We don't want them shooting at Saudi Arabia, if that's okay. So we hit them hard. We got what we came for, and then we got out. Since January 20th, the U.S. military has terminated 83 terrorist leaders operating across Iraq, Syria, and Somalia, including ISIS's #2 global leader. You read about that just recently. With the help of Pakistan, we apprehended the ISIS terrorists responsible for the attack on 13 American service members at Abbey Gate, that horrible, horrible disaster. During this Afghanistan withdrawal, you know, that's another thing that we don't even think about so much anymore. 13 died, but 42 were horribly wounded. But hundreds of people died overall, because I count the people on the other side. Hundreds of people just grossly incompetent. It's probably why Putin decided to go into Ukraine, something he never would have done if I were president. But we wouldn't have had the problems of October 7th if I were president. We wouldn't have had Ukraine, Russia if I were president. We wouldn't have had Abbey Gate, because there wouldn't have been any reason we were getting out, but we were getting out with dignity and with strength and power. But the way they got out was not good. I think it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And we've been working tirelessly to bring back all hostages held by Hamas. We brought back a lot already, but we're bringing back more. This weekend, we successfully negotiated the release of the last American hostage, Edan Alexander. Just came out a few hours ago, and we continue to work to get that war ended as quickly as possible. It's a horrible thing that's taking place. All civilized people must condemn the October 7th atrocities against Israel, which would never have happened again if you had probably a different president, but definitely if you had me as president. The people of Gaza deserve a much better future, but that will or can not occur as long as their leaders choose to kidnap, torture, and target innocent men, women, and children for political ends. The way those people are treated in Gaza, there's not a place in the world where people are treated so badly. It's horrible. After years of suffering, two of the nations most ravaged by terror are finally beginning to end their long nightmares under the new generation of leaders. In Lebanon, where a friend of mine has just become the ambassador. He's going to be great. I said, you know, that could be a very dangerous job. He said, I was born there. I'm Lebanese. I love that country. I said, but it's very dangerous. You know, this is a friend of mine from New York. I said, but it's very dangerous. Are you sure you want to do it? I never thought of him as being a warrior, but he is a warrior. He loves his country. He said, if I'm injured or die, I'm dying for a country that I love. He grew up there. It's horrible what's happened in Lebanon, but you have a great ambassador, I can tell you that. In Lebanon, which has been endlessly victimized by Hezbollah and their sponsor, Iran, a new president and prime minister have brought the first real chance in decades for a more productive partnership with the United States, and we're going to work with their new ambassador and everybody else, Marco, and we're going to see if we can really help them out and let them get over that very high grid that they're going to have to get over. My administration stands ready to help Lebanon create a future of economic development and peace with its neighbors. They have tremendous people in Lebanon, doctors, lawyers, great professional people. I hear it so many times. Likewise, in Syria, which has seen so much misery and death, there is a new government that will hopefully succeed in stabilizing the country and keeping peace. That's what we want to see in Syria. They've had their share of travesty, war, killing, many years. That's why my administration has already taken the first steps toward restoring normal relations between the United States and Syria for the first time in more than a decade. And I'm very pleased to announce that Secretary Marco Rubio will be meeting with the new Syrian foreign minister in Turkey later this week. And very importantly, after discussing the situation in Syria with the Crown Prince, your Crown Prince, and also with President Erdogan of Turkey, who called me the other day and asked for a very similar thing, among others, and friends of mine, people that I have a lot of respect for in the Middle East, I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness. Oh, what I do for the Crown Prince. The sanctions were brutal and crippling and served as an important, really an important function, nevertheless, at the time. But now it's their time to shine. It's their time to shine. We're taking them all off, and they're going to have, I think they're going to have, based on the people and the spirit and everything else that I'm hearing about. So I say good luck, Syria. Show us something very special like they've done, frankly, in Saudi Arabia, okay? They're going to show us something special. Very good people. Everywhere we can, my administration is pursuing peaceful engagement, offering a strong and steady hand of friendship to all that will take it in good faith. Together, we have made unprecedented strides and tremendous progress, and we're still just at the dawn of the bright new day that awaits for the people of the Middle East, the great, great people of the Middle East. If the responsible nations of this region seize this moment, put aside your differences and focus on the interests that unite you, then all of humanity will soon be amazed at what they will see right here in this geographic center of the world. It really is. It's like a center of the world and the spiritual heart of its greatest faiths. For the first time in 1,000 years, the world will look at this region not as a place of turmoil and strife and war and death, but as a land of opportunity and hope, just like you've done right here, a cultural and commercial crossroads of the planet. Security and stability will lift millions into lives of safety and success, and the nations of this region will be free to realize your highest destinies, honor your proud histories, harness amazing new opportunities, and bring incredible glory to Almighty God. People will come from all over the globe to be inspired by the cities you build, the businesses you create.
He's been talking for like an hour and a half now.
And the beauty, talent, and potential you unleash right in the hearts of your citizens.
Still just holding at 90.
Each of you will be able to take
We need to lose
pride in the
85
legacy you will leave
if you
your
want.
children, because you will have given
If you want
them
shit
the
to
ultimate
drop, we need to
blessings
go
of
down and
prosperity and peace.
fill
So
that gap
important.
below us.
In the United States, we've launched the golden age of America. It's the golden
There's still
age.
bot puts out of the money, bot
See,
calls
with
out of the
all
money.
that money, trillions and
So the
trillions,
bot calls at like
dollars
95,
pouring in,
5900, and
hundreds of
5905,
thousands
and then
of
there's
jobs
bot
coming in
puts
with it.
at
With the help
90,
of the
80,
people of
75,
the
70.
Middle East, the people in this room, partners throughout the region, the golden age of the Middle East can proceed right alongside of us.
What's up, Water
We
Bucket?
will work together. We will be together. We will succeed together. We will win together. And we will always be friends. Thank you. So, Mohammed, I want to thank you again very much for having me. And as a representative of what I think is the greatest nation in the world, we are with you all the way, and you have a tremendous future. Thank you very much. And please pay my respects to your father. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Jesus Christ. Exits on his rock you like a hurricane. That's beautiful. UNH 17, 330, 335. Should I take some profit or let it ride for another day or two? Jesus Christ, he fucking bounced again. Mm. I mean, there's not like a lot more positioning to the downside on this. I would say that might be getting near a low. It's just selling off so fucking hard. This is like a long-term support, right around 320. But there's another one to the downside at 300, which, yeah, there is interest there. So that's tough to say. Alright, yeah, that makes sense. And MVST went up like 30% in the last 2 days. Grind, pump, end of day. I don't know. Positioning's still very split across the 90 strike. There's some selling on the 58.95p. Actually, yeah, like a tiny, but like a tiny bit. It's not much. Did we look at SPX chat? It's a cesspool. Why? What's going on? JFresh would like you all to know that SPXW spot has never gotten to Vega neutral while it is above Gamma Max since 2016, which is kind of spicy. Today's the day. No. It's just like that's as far back as our data goes. Nothing. It didn't do it in 2016. Should be very careful of downs if we do actually get over VN. Yeah, I mean, the rejections could be pretty substantial. What's squeezing? There's nothing to squeeze. Well, I mean, there's no sold calls unless we get up to like 59.10, 59.15. There's a couple bot calls at 5900 and 5905. Trump's attending a NATO summit at The Hague in June. Trump is speaking again at 1:15 at the Saudi state dinner. Jesus fucking Christ. All the gamma below 58.90 is just gone. Yeah, I know, but we're still here. So maybe we stay elevated through the second speech. Did anybody get the 52-week auction? I didn't see the results. 20.1% of the bid at high. Sold 52 billion. Bid to cover was 3.31. NQ is fucking ridiculous. What about a pit? We can rock it now. At least they're cheap. No, I haven't started building a significant Vega position. I probably won't until we get closer to tariff deadlines. Just read the Fed's report on lending. Apparently 7.8% of all outstanding student debt is 90 plus days delinquent. That's not leveraged and repackaged anywhere, is it? Yes. I see why you said sarcasm. And valid. Very valid. CTA buying on the underlying. So far above GM right now. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Isn't the isn't the I thought they were doing mandatory wage garnishment, like right away. The summer or some shit. Yeah, you get like a notice and then wage garnishment. Positioning's not really changing at all. I'd let you know if it did, man. I was gonna someone suggest that Doge that tariffs should be considered taxable income. Supported 85 anymore. Still nothing interesting going on. Support to get through 95.90 at this point. We have to drop below 90, probably like 88. I missed the 50-point candles. Those were fun. A lot of sold calls at 90. It's been a lot of profit taking at that strike today. It's still slightly supportive though. We are getting some more bot puts at 5,900, 85, 80. Trump passes the tax bill this week. I could see yields rising rapidly into the weekend. I don't think the tax bill is going to get passed this week. I don't even think it's being voted on yet. It's also got to get through the Senate. One second. right. Let's see what happens here. Bot puts at 85.80. Long calls on UNH worth it or too toxic right now? They seem to look very profitable on the financial side. Yeah, UNH might be nearing a bottom. We kind of talked about it earlier. Calls coming in at 95 to support this again. Some pot calls at 90. It's like 58.90 puts took profit. They're selling some puts there. Now bot put's coming in at 95. Seems to be a bit of a... $85 GAC's about to go negative. Yeah. Chunky peanut butter is the superior peanut butter. That's correct. Who the fuck would ever eat smooth peanut butter? Babies? Yeah, that makes sense. I actually think they have chunky peanut butter cups as well. Although I would never eat one. That's disgusting. But it's totally different. What's up, Scott? Doing alright, man. You? Off to Buffalo in a couple of weeks for that interview. Pigeon Whales in Buffalo? Who would have thought? Literally nobody. Snickers peanut butter hits? Wait, do they make a... Oh, yeah, that's right, they do. There is like a peanut butter Snickers. Gross. This is a weird day. Ben, welcome back to Tillionaire, man. Woo! Pull back from here, unlikely now. I don't know, we just keep getting support at like 90 again. This is like, we're just kind of pinned up against 5,900. There's a little bit of out of the money call buying, 59.15, 59.30. Although I'm not really sure that's going to lead to anything. Hmm. I missed open pump. That's rough. There's been a few opportunities to like go long the 90. I've done it like twice. It doesn't pay very well, but I should be pricing options in favor of puts at these levels. Yeah. Yeah. I miss the pain more than the shame. It's good to see you back, Ben. How things been, dude? I'm surprised there isn't 4 charts on the screen at once. We built a options data platform, which is what this is. And right now, it doesn't do multiple charts yet, but we will have that. Oh yes, we will. Fucking nuke. That's part of the other thing. That's not you. Well, maybe it is a little bit. That comes free with my beta subscription. Y'all are suckers. How? We needed beta. We'll be fine. Long time sub, short time money loser. I was wondering if Wolf was on your radar. It has 98% institutional ownership with a 40% interest. Seems primed for activity. It was a while back. I traded it a little bit. I looked at it earlier today. Someone else asked about it. It's low. I mean, I don't really know if they make money or do anything, but um, there's probably a reason it's got 40% short interest on it. Doesn't mean it won't mean revert, but it might take bigger moves and IWM before it does. I think that's what it's in. You could have charged me 2K. Not without you knowing. You wouldn't nobody would have paid 2K for an untested product. What's more important, Cobra, is that you're recurring revenue for life. I would have. Well, that's different. That's because you were already using it before we released it. Why would I pitch anybody my trading style or strategy? Well, now you can charge me 5K. All right, done. Someone screenshot that. Would you want us to just bill that to the credit card you have on file? I already screenshotted it. That's an official verbal agreement, which is just as good as my verbal agreement of $600, $699 for life. I'll just keep that one in my back pocket for the next time you try to bail on Pigeon Whale. I don't want your credit card info. Wait, aren't you in the beta? I'm about to get that fun scenario where bulls try and sell puts above VN and MM cucks them hard. We could be. JFresh said spot has never been above VN on SPXW. Oh. So much for that. Since 2016. First time for everything. Wait, did that actually get above it? Oh, it did. Did I buy a put here? 59.2750 test on ES. Hmm. Damn, Fed Fund futures down to 0.15 cuts by September now. Pickles picks at VN at 59.0659, which we haven't touched yet. $59.0451. 59.0611. Oh, weird. I guess we haven't. Wait. Why does this have VN at a different value? Oh, no, it does. Here we have. Intraday high is 59.0647. Wait, 59.0659? I think that was yesterday's. I might have forgotten to change it. No worries. That's my bad. Hey! What on earth did I miss? We got like a little pump from 5900. Isn't Trump supposed to be live right now? What was that last Gex tried doing before he changed the screen? I have no idea. On SPX? This is the AM contract, but it's also this Friday, so I wanted to kind of take a look at it and see where there was some positioning. I can put it starting. Alright, I'll leave this up and running if Trump pops on, but I'm gonna grab something to eat. I'll be right back. Ooh, Fitch came out and said U.S. tariff de-escalation does not signal trade normalization. U.S. Treasury is sanctioning nearly 24 firms operating in multiple jurisdictions, imposing sanctions to target global network shipping Iranian oil, funding Iran's military and terrorist activities. Ooh, Tesla did get up to 330 today. Okay, I'm gonna grab food. I'll be right back. The fuck is going on? Is Trump at a Grateful Dead concert? I remember this channel being about pool maintenance. That's correct. Why are all the microphones in Saudi Arabia muted? My cousin was wearing Grateful Dead socks on Sunday. I told him J-Pow's a fan. He said, who the fuck is J-Pow? I love the world we live in. Hmm. Briggs is back above 18. 600 billion for this ant town. Were the Korean ants MAGA all along? They're intertwining with one another. I don't like this drop. Let's go. I miss the good old days when we withheld foreign aid till our family members were no longer threatened legally in foreign countries. I miss the good old days when we didn't just get the threats at home. Dropping below GM would be cool. But there's a ways to go. Not a single microphone in this fucking palace is turned on. Dude, did they just make a moon? What the fuck? We were just watching Trump live on TV. When the fuck did he tweet? Was he tweeting in the golf cart? It's a fucking sweet house. Is this over? I don't even know what's going on. Are they going to rejoin the golf cart convoy? It was a fun sell-off. I'd like another one of those. I'm never resubscribing again. That's because you're never leaving again, Ben. We're next leg down. We might run into some resistance at the 5900 test here. Looks like puts to the upside are bought. 5900, 05, 10. There's a few at 95. Oh, we bounced on some. Hold on one second. All right, so it's over. Total household debt up 18.2 trillion from 18.04. Japanese PPI tonight. Two equal sized fans on the spinner on both sides of the flags, blowing at the same speed. Boom. Science splitter. Yeah. No bounce, only dumps. I still think it's going to be kind of hard to lose 80, regardless of a failure here or not. There's quite a bit of sold puts there. Hmm. $92 a little bit. What's he doing that, you bastard? Vol does pick up a little bit to the downside, though. VIX still holding above 18. NQ testing 21.3. Yes, still well above 5,900. Interesting. Hmm. I wonder if futures pull back to 5,900 here. It would be a shame if we pulled all the way back to GM before close. I don't give a shit as long as we don't go over 59.10. Ten-year over 4.5% is good news, right? It's great for the Treasury refinancing $9 trillion of debt right now. Is this bullish consolidation? No, it's bearish. But no breakdown yet. At least on like the 15-minute, it's bearish consolidation. Although this looks pretty distributive. Yeah, VIX back below 18. It's 65. Mm, not quite. I guess it could be a lower shoulder. The Fed removed soft landing from their rhetoric like a year ago. Hmm. I'm eating the other half of my sandwich from yesterday. My price up, but IV down. People buying the underlying and not the options. That'll do it. So a bunch of sold calls and price isn't up that much. Thanks, Sunbad. Hmm. I don't know, are they? Fuck yeah, cool daddy. Nice, man. $80 if this keeps failing. I don't know if we lose 80 though. It's gonna be interesting. Gamma's really flat to the downside. Went to 85 or 75. You could fall back to 80, but there's still support here at 95 and 90 that needs to be slipped. I might be more confident if we'd broken down below 95. A little bit more. Testing 93. Let's see. We got a dream. Is Tesla a good buy right now? I had a dream where you told me to full port Tesla puts. You promised this time it would be different. I lost it all. So I just wanted to say thanks for that. It's all your fault. But didn't you ask me about Tesla yesterday and I said it could go up to 330? Is AMD going to 300 in the next 2 years? I don't see why it would. Welcome to Zillionaire Pair. We're back? Back to Zillionaire? Oh, song. Is that not working? I don't know what's going on. The song's not working. Try and play more extreme roll against SPX than usual today. Color probably will. Double bottom 9106. We'll see. Mostly sold puts below here, with the concentration at 80. Some bot calls at 90 coming in, but not very many. That's on 58.97 close, 58.70 and 59.50 on the extreme bear and bull sides. I think we probably don't close below 80. And it's pretty unlikely we close above 5,900. Is there a reason they want to keep this up so high? It seems like a really odd push being so far detached from the Greeks. It could just be buying in futures. I mean, that's usually the only thing that can detach the SPX from the Greeks. But there's a shitload of dispersion flowing into NVIDIA today. The rest of big tech's doing pretty well. So NQ, SPY, QQQ, big drivers of a lot of upside price action. NVIDIA's up like 5.8% today. Thoughts on tomorrow? I have puts for today. I'd be interested to see where Gamma Max ends up. Um, if it doesn't move up much, I mean, the probability of us staying up here is very low. There have been a couple times where SPXW over the last few years where SPXW is closed above Gamma Max, but generally it mean reverts by like the next day. So it's not, it doesn't last long usually. We got an hour till close. Bot puts 905, 910. Sold puts to the downside. Been away for most of the day. Has anyone asked you about the bond market yet? No, there's the 10-year moved back above 4.5, which is interesting. I'm rage buying pets. Someone stop me. No, the 10-year above 5 or 5.5 is a big deal. Four or five, I mean, the Treasury's been intervening lately, but that doesn't mean anything. Will people hold 5,900 Cs overnight? I have no idea. Hmm. Got any of those 40-cent contract recommendations? That was 4 minutes to expiry. We got a ways to go. SLD starts tomorrow. If you want me to see your message, tag me. I'm doing alright, Bob. Are we bulls now? Yeah, for now. It might not be tomorrow. Just because we're still over Gamma Max. But I think overall, yeah. Can you move the cursor so you can see the price? It's also in the top left corner. Can you move SPX to the Delta flip? PPI bearish Thursday? Could be. Ooh, got another breakout. Yeah. Bull's really trying to hold 5,900 here. It's kind of nuts. Still bought puts above 5,900. 905, 910. Unsold calls. Well, it's gonna be tough to move much higher than this. You ready for some late night truths? You're talking about Truth Social posts about JPal? Yeah, that sounds like something Trump would need to do. 20 years almost back at 5. Ooh, maybe I'll long like the 5-year Treasury futures. What's the cost to carry on UB overnight? $51.50. That's not too bad. I don't know. I feel like they wait for PPI. Maybe aggressive downward boning to 58.50. But I don't know. There's a lot of sold puts to the downside. I don't think we're gonna drop that low today. When they pull back, or maybe overnight, I could see us getting a pullback. But yeah, it's an awful lot of sold puts to the downside right now. Guess we could get commentary still before the end of the day. Hmm. Remember when you and I helped with the Battle of Sterling? You're like, yeah, and I was like, pew pew, man, those days were epic. My face is still stained blue. Good times. Squeezy where? I don't even know if like Vega neutral can be pushed here, but maybe like the very end of the day. Folders. 90 is negative gamma now, which is interesting. Isn't it fairly risky to push over via an end of day? I mean, if it's just non-stop out of the money call buying, they could do it. It wouldn't be that risky. It's just that the MM goes long Vega there, so it's a bit tricky. It's crazy that we're this far above gamma neutral. Do you think 5,900 wouldn't be supportive right now, if not for charm? Yeah, I don't think 5,900 is actually all that supportive, even with charm. But it'll also be kind of hard to get under 95. Do Greeks just not matter? No, they matter. I mean, we're being driven up on Delta. Boo, 6K, here we come. Gong, yes or no? What? Is Vega neutral? What about it? I'm really scared of my 5,900p now. I bought them for tomorrow. Is it? Yes or no? I mean, it is? What the fuck you're at? I yield my time. Bought Palantir puts immediately up 10%. Nice. Was it their 1000x forward PE that got you on board? It doesn't seem like they're going to let this fail 5,900. They're really trying not to, but I mean, I still think the most likely close is probably just under 5,900, not over it. But yeah, they are defending the failure. Yes, and I'm not up 10%. The stock is. That was fucking great. The whole build up, everything. Pure comedy. Do you have an opinion on hymns? They're probably affected by the pharmaceutical shit because people are going to be able to buy direct from the, or Trump says people are going to be able to buy direct from the manufacturer. We're up today. It's quite a bit. Also over gamma max. Hmm. Interesting. I'm probably at resistance here at 63. Looks like it'd be pretty hard to get over 65. Are those calls up there? Yeah. Probably calls being sold out to the upside. On hymns? Nice. It's probably great for selling covered calls on. Oh, look, we pushed Vega neutral again. I have no idea what Poopy's playing. Is he shorting Palantir? Or hymns? I wouldn't short it. There's not much, like, there's support at 60. Who's gonna lose their exemption clause? I have no idea. Truist gave them an upgrade. Wasn't there another one that was LMND or some shit? Hmm. No. I thought there was another company that was like that. He's shorting hymns, I believe. I mean, I guess if you have enough theta, but I think short term it's kind of risky. I wonder if they're gonna piss the MM off with all these like Vega neutral tests. He said he was out, I thought. I think he would be. Shorted it a couple days ago, right? 15 fucking percent today. But basically, I mean, they're long all the puts. So above 59.05, if you sell puts, the MM's gonna basically if you sell puts, the MM's gonna shed delta. So it reverses the upside pressure that you would get normally from selling puts. Mm. I think VN 2.0 VN's pretty good. Yeah, it's fucking just doing free advertising for us at this point. Any chance GME hits 32? I don't know. I haven't looked at it in a while. Uh, Looks kind of bullish. We've got a little bit of covering going on. Hey, fuck yeah. You know we have live GME data. Gamma Max is 2967 on it. Mm, I could see it hitting 30. I don't know about 32. Minutes of straight down. It's like you haven't been here all day. Hmm. The fuck was that candle? What happened? I told you it would be very hard to close above 5,900. Question here is, do we sell off back to 80? So I think that would be interesting. Fun if I can drop. Dude, Vic's rocketed on that. I wonder if we could still get down to 80. Probably just close at 95. Hmm. Second left. Sorry, 1 minute left. Interesting. Closing below 90 is a bit of a surprise. There's a lot of calls there. And there they go. Ding ding. All right. Let's take a look at this. So, some talks out of UAE today. Not much of a change from yesterday. Big push up, and SPX closing above Gamma Max for the third time in the last 3 years. So kind of not a very common event. We did fail to breach Vega neutral on the monthly, and ended up closing at the end of the day just under the upside market makers expected move at 55.86. Those Vega neutral levels are gonna probably continue to present some resistance in the near term, and closing above gamma max generally isn't a state that persists for very long. As far as like market wide profit taking goes, this is definitely an area where we could see more of that. Obviously, any pullback could see gamma max rise again, and that would give us more room to the upside to retest it. Generally, in the other instances, couple of other instances where we've closed above gamma max on the weekly, we've ended up back below it the following day. Futures rejected on its second test at 59.2750 and pulled almost immediately right back to 59.50 or 5,950 cents. This is probably local support, or at least major local support. Tomorrow, I don't think we have too much data. I think we have some Fed speakers, a Fed speaker, and then some like mortgage data, two Fed speakers and some mortgage data, and then like a 17-week auction, which probably isn't going to matter very much. So a pretty slim day tomorrow on the data. Dollar, let's see. Yeah, dollar fell back under the 101 level. We saw a bump in gold alongside that. Yields up again today, but not as dramatically. The 10-year did breach 4.5 earlier, but kind of rallied a bit into close there. I went long UB overnight. I think if the 10-year is playing a little bit too hot and heavy with 4.5, we'll probably get some news out of the administration that's not so positive. Oil up on the day, precious metals up, industrial metals up. So commodities having a pretty good day. Across the board, with the exception of agricultural commodities not doing too well. Correlation rocketed down for the second day in a row, but did turn around a little bit there into close on both the 1 and 3 month. Carry trade leverage hit a peak today around 8.8. That failed, fell back to 8.7 here at close, which is a bit surprising given the rise in the dollar. Or the drop in the dollar, rise in the yen. And forward yield on volatility is still below zero, but not significantly. We're not seeing the forward yield on vol drop, very much below like 1%. And if we start to see the yield curve turn around a bit, we'll probably see volatility pick back up again. I think it's actually still quite sensitive. 3-month correlation falling, but bond volatility picking up a bit yesterday. Today should be pretty flat, so you might see move back under 100. Skews moving up to the upside, which may have been a fairly good indicator for today's price action. Definitely not a lot of out of the money put interest coming in, but overall skew still very low for the prior 2 years. So the levels we're at, still not a ton of bullishness. I know we're back at like 5,900. It's insane, but short vol isn't positioning as if there's no risk anymore, which makes things actually a lot different than our prior upsides earlier in this year and last year. Correlation between VIX and cash VIX still very high, and so that's kind of that sensitivity I was describing. We're still not seeing vol shorts come in a really meaningful way that's going to kind of upset that. VIX still just a little bit out of backwardation, but barely. And VIX 3 month, still quite a bit higher than VX. Breadth. Breadth wasn't actually that great today. Dow fell. UNH did very poorly. Tech drove most of today's price action to the upside, and then Russell and ES did okay, but not fantastic. Fed fund futures pricing out even more. Basically, only 1/2 of a rate cut say 0.66 of a rate cut by September. The bear steepener picked up a little bit, not very much. It was up quite a bit higher earlier. And then on the technical side, to the upside, we actually retested the low trend from back in like October of 24. And we failed that test into the end of the day. But still nothing significant to the downside here, unless we lose like 58.37, 57.73. To the upside, obviously, breaking above this trend locally opens up that 59.47 test as we get closer and closer to the early March high, which I think was around 59.86. So we're still ways to go before we even have an actual reversal. But and then, you know, technically we don't get an actual reversal till we get, I think it's a new all-time high. Yeah. But it's getting closer to being, you know, on track with the technical reversal. Getting over March's high is definitely the next step to that. I wouldn't say things are getting grindier here, but we're definitely getting more realized volatility since the gap up. And so I would think that this price action to the upside is extreme enough that we're likely to get a pullback this week. I'm not sure tomorrow, but maybe towards the back half of the week we get a little bit of a pullback. And that coincides with SLD, but remember, for SLD, we have a lot of supportive gamma right now, and people selling off to the downside are going to be, you know, the market maker is going to be buying that dip. So probably not going to get like the big like 3-4% move that we've been getting for the last couple of months on SLD. It'll probably be a little bit more muted and a little bit more well supported, but it may have some decent range given how much we've pushed over Gamma Max. We'll also want to see if Gamma Max rose today. That's going to be pretty important for future upside moves. Anyway, that's about all I got. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'll see you tomorrow. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?